go. Hey Clara, I was watching your video. I'm almost done with it. It shouldn't be so hard. I kept on getting interrupted, but I like it. You know, it's funny, that's how I started too, was I would just do the time lapse and then I would do commentary on it. Those were my first couple of videos and it was quite nice to do. And I remember I did 1 or 2 takes maybe for one of them. But it's a nice way of getting stuff out and getting acquainted with talking on the camera. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna finish it. And like I said, you're 1 second, let me make sure this music isn't too loud. I think it probably is. Possibly. No, the music's probably fine. Just on my computer, it's a little bit loud. Right there. All right. Hardcore editing. Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like, and maybe you can help me with this. So right now, before a lot of people get on, one of the things that's holding me up, again, and I'm not complaining, but I'm prioritizing helping out at home a lot. And so, you know, I'm getting in the studio at like 12 o'clock. So my mornings are just, it's like, I won't say it's half days because I do work later, but I do feel like, I do think that I'm missing out on a couple hours of work and say, well, do it in the evenings. I am so beat. I am so beat that if I stayed up, I wouldn't be able to work the next day. I wouldn't be able to paint. And so it's like, I need to get rest. I need to unwind because like from the moment I get up, I'm going. And so at this point in my life, it's hard for me to get out as much as I want to get out. One of the problems I'm having with video work is that I'm a perfectionist. So, for example, if I want to do something simple, I say, okay, well, why don't I just make a quick video? I can go through bullet points really quick, maybe 5 tips on something. Spend a couple minutes, like not long. It's not a huge production. But then I say to myself, well, shoot, if I did it like this, it'll have a long-lasting value so that when people start watching the channel, they'll have something that they can hold on to, because the truth of the matter is there's already a lot of really good content out there. And they go over these tips. But then you could argue and say, well, to get your channel up, you should go through and get views and really push the content out to get your channel up. So it's quantity over quality, but you can still have quality content, but it's still hooking the person. The problem is it's so saturated already, it doesn't make a difference. And then I say to myself, am I doing it to get views, or am I doing it because I truly want to set something up and to help people? And I go to the latter with that. This is my thought process in everything that I do. And so I have found that on a few occasions when I don't put stuff out, when I put stuff out because I want to get something out and I don't give it the quality that I know that I can do, I never feel as good. And those videos normally don't even do as well. That's not to say that you can't have a video that does well, that you don't spend a lot of time on. That can happen too. My videos have too much content. Go on, I want to hear this. So do you think I need to be more specific and just straightforward? You cover so much in one video. When I watch your videos, I have to divert all my attention for the full duration of the video, and if I want to learn anything from it, I have to take notes and pause. I'll be honest, most people aren't willing to do that. So how should I do it? Like, give me an example of what I should do. I'm looking for something because the problem I'm having is that my dark black will not come out of the tube, so I might have to cut it out. So I'm debating on whether or not I should actually cut it out of the tube right now, but since it's just essentially me, you, and Zerx. What's up, buddy? Zerx, it was horrible. It was horrible, and I hope Injinji watches. So you see, I'm getting conflicting information here. I give you a lot of information, yet you feel dumber afterwards. I actually might cut this tube open and do this, because this is actually probably going to help me out a lot. It's pretty cool, actually. Let's see. Put this into a video as well. Yes. Oh, come on. Where are my tubes? Now they're in here. Definitely. Dude. Yes. This is what I'm looking for. That's weird. Clear is right. Most of the time, people are looking for help on something very specific, like how to set up the palette, how to get started, how to tackle shadows. Okay, cool. Okay, so here's the problem that I have. You see how long it takes me to do a painting. How do I do that? Let me turn this off temporarily. How do I do that? Like, I don't know how to incorporate that in, because if I do a demonstration, like when I do a presentation on a painting, should I just like focus on one specific thing? Because there's so much in each painting. I don't know how to do that. I'm just being honest. I'm sure it's possible. Okay, see, that's what I'm having problems with, because I do that, like the last video I've done, I've broken all this stuff down, and it's taking me forever to do these videos, but yet everybody says you need to get them out quicker. So in other words, like, okay, so here's the point I get, and I'm just being straight up. So I get feedback, and the feedback conflicts with itself. Like, I get feedback from all over, to the point where the videos that I'm making aren't mine, and I don't know where I'm going with it. Like, I try to get more specific, you know, about something here. I don't know how to do it with this, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how to do this, because I make videos, it takes me a long time to do them, and I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, I guess. Your different audiences, so well, that's my point. So like, at what point do you not listen to it? Like, at what? I don't know, because everything that I hear is going to target a different audience, but everything that I do is a time-based decision that I have to make. So how do you? I don't know what I should do, because then my stuff starts looking mechanical and I have no flow with the work. Like, I'll make a video, but it sucks. And sure, it's going out. It's like I put the keywords in, or it's reaching these people, but it's not what I want to do. Some people look up videos and want to learn something specific. Some people just want to watch general art content. That's why you need to clearly define your target audience before you create anything. It's essentially, kids, who are like in their late teens. People like tagging, right? Who are thinking about going into this type of work. It's an introduction into it, right? I can do specific things with like background and stuff, I guess, but you focus in direction. Well, see, I've done that. That's my point. Like, that's why do you think that I'm targeting like elderly people with these videos? No, I'm not. And I'm not targeting people like myself who know this stuff, because they know this stuff. So, that's what we're gonna do. We have an issue here, and I'm probably gonna cut myself doing this. But I'm gonna rearrange this. This is, I debated this, and it's gonna be worth it. Young people who are into classical painting is a super small audience, just saying, I don't care. At this point, it sounds stupid, but I'm not really doing it for the views anymore. Maybe I should, but I'm not. Let me see. The way that I work, and this might go against me, is that I have a gut of where I'm supposed to go. I have a gut of, this is the right direction, this isn't. And what I'm doing is my gut. Are you trying to make YouTube your primary source of income? I don't know, Xerx, anymore. Are you saying it to try and sell your paid classes? No, I'm not, man. What do you want to use YouTube for? To teach people and direct people who want to go into classical art. That's essentially it, Let me think. Okay, I'm gonna switch this camera. I'm gonna swivel it over. Give me a second. You're gonna lose the camera just for a second here. So here, push this down like this. Okay. Let us turn this around here. I'm going to take this off. Push this down. Might have to. Give me a second. Oh, me. Okay. Right there. That should be okay. Give me a second. Set it up right there. Zoom in. Set. Okay. Okay, give me a second here. This. So that's your goal. What you should do is literally just talk to Tagging about what kinds of things he would like to learn and make videos for him. That's what I've been doing. Text him on Instagram. I've just been asking him, and I'll come out with titles and stuff for it and focus on things. That's what I'm doing in my next video. The problem is I just get It's gonna pick up though. It's just I don't think I'm not good at expressing myself with this. I have a very hard time articulating things sometimes, and what I'm trying to do with painting specifically, and it can be a little frustrating for me. Okay. Let me actually do this. Make this a little bit larger so I can see what I'm doing here. Wait, that's not it. There we go. Okay, that's solid. Right there. Turn so I can see. Okay. Let me show you. This might be a disaster, and I'm not kidding. I haven't done this before. Okay. All right, so I know it's probably the camera's a little blurry around my hands, but that's okay. So this is my black. Not now. Not now. How does it do that? Laura, ciao. Well, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Clara. So people are already heading down that career path and already have some training and education. No, well, Zerx, not really, because a lot of those guys, unless they're doing the online, because there is like a lot of people doing online, but like people like myself who've already been trained, no, or who are at academies, I'm not looking for them because they don't need me. Or newer people who are curious about it. Yeah, the latter. Exactly, Zerx. Yeah, and Laura, thanks for stopping by. I want you to get your work done, okay? I like having you here, but I know you got a lot of work. Okay. Turn this off. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this out. I might screw this up and then... So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this out of the tube, the paint. I'm going to cut it all out, and I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to mix some oil into it because it's getting a little bit dry. And to do that, we're going to clear a little bit of space, a little bit more space on the palette. Now, normally when I grind paint, and this isn't grinding, really, kind of, but not really. But normally when I grind paint, I have a glass piece that I've kind of like, what's it called? It's like a little bit rough so that the paint doesn't just slide over. It actually sticks on it. You can grind the oil into it. But I'm not going to be doing that. Maybe I should, but I'm not going to be. But I'm going to essentially take the paint that's in here, I'm going to add some oil to it, and then I'm going to retube it into this, okay? And we'll have fresh paint that I can actually squeeze out without like killing myself, because it's like I can't even get it out. Yeah, cool. Hang out. Listen, Laura. Okay. Look, I just want it to be helpful material for people. I don't want it to be one of these things. It's like, oh wow, yeah, that was a nice thumbnail. Well, look, I want the nice thumbnail, all that stuff, but I get pissed off when I see 10 things that I wish I knew when I first started painting. It's vague as hell, and then it's the same stuff that you've heard over and over again. Though that might appeal to some people, I think for a lot of people who have been searching for more than a day about art, which is more people than haven't done that, I think it gets annoying after a while. I don't like the clickbaity titles that are so vague, and I know you need to draw people in, but I like the videos that I'm like, this is quality content, it's well put together, and that's the thing. But and I guess I'm trying to find exactly how to do that. But I guess getting back to it, my point is, when I do these videos, I really overthink a lot of things, but I'm wondering if that's something very necessary that I do have to go through. I'm wondering if that's the way that I am, like, deciding quality, right? Like, there's a degree of effort you need to put in to have quality content. It doesn't just happen. And every time that I say, well, I could just make a video and put it out, I say to myself, well, if I did this, I know it wouldn't be quality, and I know I would not be satisfied with it. Titling aside, right? I guess that's where I'm coming from. That's originally, you know, that's where what I was trying to say in the beginning, right? Okay, so we're gonna take this and I'm gonna slice it. I'll probably cut my hands. I have to be careful, actually. I do. Zerks, don't do this at home. Ideally, you probably want to go away. I don't know. I feel like I'm dissecting a frog. Do this. We're going to turn it. Let's cut this whole piece off, I guess. I'm going to try to salvage what's in here, because this is good pigment. It's just really, really old. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Golden cover inside. The way you know it's good. All right. Now what we do, we take a palette knife. Yes, just take it. Yeah. Okay, this is something I can work with. Maybe. Actually, I don't know if I can work with this. You know what? We're gonna try. And if this doesn't work, oh, that's a good sign. It's coming off of my fingers. Jeez. All right. Maybe I should grind this. Let's get this. This is probably stupid as hell. Sorry, I specialize in stupid as hell. There we go. Good. Got that piece. Let's see if I can get a little bit more. I might have to use this palette knife here. There we go. Scraping this out. Look at all that paint. I mean, this is good paint. This is good paint. The stuff that was like most liquidy was up here. At least I think. There's a little bit in here. Let's get this. Give me a second. Let me get a chair. This is... Up. I don't know. It's just my thought process, you know, and I'll say this. I am 100% aware that I do overthink this, and a lot of my ideas are really, really stupid, and that when I look back at them in retrospect, I'm like, why the hell did you do that? And that happens to me all the time. But I think the root of it is just wanting to make good content and push myself and help people with it. I don't want to, like, I want the videos to be things that are solid references for people. And yeah, I do agree they give probably too much information. out, but they're also very repetitious. So in other words, like if you, which is good, I think it's good because you can watch one video, and if you miss something in that one, you'll get it in the next one. Maybe that's not good. I don't know. Maybe, but I do agree. Like one on background, like a video on background, how to do a background, or being more specific. I agree with that. I guess with that, I just, Clara, I'm not sure how to do that because in each painting, there's so much to go over. And so what do? Like for the thumbnail, I have like, for using this painting, for example, I have a thumbnail for this painting saying background and a thumbnail for this painting saying hands. Because this stuff takes me a while to do. So if I was just to do like one little topic on each painting, I would have like, it would just be so slow. Yeah, Laura, essentially what I'm doing, I'm not having like a breakdown. I think it sounds like I'm having a breakdown because of the way that I talk. And I am frustrated with myself because I totally overthink stuff. And like the whole point of me doing that painting that y'all forced me by thread of my life to post on Instagram, the whole point of that painting was to loosen me up because I was just classically overthinking things. I knew it was happening when I was doing it, and I was just like, I was just being retarded, and it's just really frustrating me. I just, look at this. Wait, can you see it? Look at this. This is what I was trying to paint with. Behold, whole. Now, you might say this, oh my gosh, it's like a shoe. Damn it. I really don't want to, see, I can't break out my glass that I use the Muller with. I can't do that. I have to do it on my palette. Oh my goodness. All right. This is going to be the most unprofessional thing and probably what not to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let me catch up on chat here because I know it's like we have so much. Oh my gosh. Is Quildar here? Hey, Quildar, yes. Okay. He posted a video in Discord. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Greetings, humans. Ideas are never stupid. No, my ideas are actually really stupid. I disagree with you there. You just aren't organized and focused on what you are creating. I don't know if it's that. I agree, Lewis. You have integrity, perhaps. I am organized. I think the videos, though, like if I showed you the script, for example, I'm just not putting the titles in before that I say them. Maybe I should do that. So like in my script, for example, my script will say like, working the background, and then I'll have an explanation. Instead of saying working the background, instead of placing that up like, you know what, maybe in the next video, I'll do that. I'll just have a screen, I'll have like the words come up like placing the background, and like a nice little thumbnail or something for it. And then I go into the explanation. Then it will seem more organized because they actually are very organized now. I just don't put that in the video, which I should. Never do this. Yeah, okay. In reference to me asking, break it up into parts, capture each topic separately, okay. I know, but it's just like, what do I do? Put like five, like a couple out, and one second, I'll keep on going. Also overthink things, and have the crippling perfectionism. Yeah, I do that. Top 5 things I wish I knew. See, I don't like that, Quildar. That stuff drives me crazy. I just think it's such a cheap shot. Because 9 out of 10 of those videos really suck. Laura's videos are great because she inserts a lot of personality in them. Her goal isn't to necessarily teach, but to offer an enjoyable experience and make you feel inspired by whatever idea she's discussing or trying to share. Yeah, she does a very good job of that. I really like that. She is watching. Put work into the video, giving it order. Speaking more broadly, it's still not clear to me what your goals are with why you create a video and what you're trying to accomplish. Would it help if in the beginning of the video that I stated that? Oh my gosh, this is like food. So I can do that. Here's what we're gonna do. This might be so stupid. I mean like dumb. But we're gonna do it anyway. All right, this is fresh. This might be so stupid. I think it is. Okay, we're just gonna add a little bit. You don't want to overdo this. You might think to yourself, Lewis, this is gonna take forever. It's never gonna break down. To which I would respond, it's not going to take forever because I'll quit and it probably won't break down. You're probably right about that. I don't know, we'll see. I think we can still salvage this because it's dry, but it's not totally dried. And I purposefully also, when I first mixed this, I did not mix a lot of oil into it. I really wanted it to be just strong pigment. Let me get a different palette if I have a better one. This will go a little bit quicker if I do this. There they are. Ooh. Wait a second. Where are they? Where are the palette knives? I have them? I lost them. Yeah, Laura's very good at her videos to me kind of flow, and she's really good at doing a story behind it and stuff, and I could use this one. Oh wait, here's one. Let's take these. I actually think this would be better. Guarantee you Rose took them. No, that's not it. Oh, there it is, that bitch. Here it is, I got it. Dude. Okay. Yeah, it does look like shoe polish, doesn't it? It's good to know that other people think I've been feeling less inspirational and talkative lately. It's laziness and also fear. I know how you feel, Laura, there. Can you save that paint? It looks too dry. It does. Let's see what we can do with it, Hammy. Welcome, by the way. The music is Assassin's Creed Origins. So right now, what are you doing? Trying to salvage paint. This could be a short video that I'm sure a lot of people would like to know. Exactly. I think I might actually clip this. I didn't know you could make dried paint useful again. Me neither. No, you can. Yeah, I get that. I definitely have moments I want to talk and make moments I don't. Sometimes I feel that I ruin a perfectly good video by talking. It's hard to know, Laura. Sometimes you get into that flow and sometimes you don't. Do you think it's possible that teaching a class would be a better format for you versus creating YouTube videos? No, because a class, I can do a class. I'm pretty good at classes. Videos, simply just need to get better at them, number one. Number two, they can reach a lot of people. And I do believe there's an audience for it. And not many people are making art like this humorous. And it takes time to get going. The thing is, I'm not one of these people who needs like instant gratification for the stuff that they're going. I just want to make sure I'm going in the right direction. I'm trying to, like Laura said, I'm really trying to bring integrity into the work, like into my work specifically. And so like I'm essentially voicing, you know, my thoughts, you know, and trying to discern exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. Wait a second, that's not what I want. All right, so yeah, with this paint, it looks like you can't salvage it, right? But I think we can. It's because none of it's really dried. It's not like totally hard. It's just it's drier. So I'm just adding a little bit of walnut oil here, which is going to be very clean. I'm going to add it incrementally because you don't want to do too much. There's some paints that actually, when you mix the oil into them, you have to grind it a lot for it to actually, you know, get into the paint. Other paints require a lot more oil, right? But it's a safe bet to start out with less and to grind that in as much as you can, because I'd rather paint with more pigment and have the ability to thin it out with oil as I paint, right? But if I put too much oil in this, I'm gonna ruin the paint. Now, granted, this is pretty damn dry. This is pretty dry. So I'm probably not in danger of over oiling it out yet. Okay, but I think it's already starting to look a little bit better. This looks horrible. Okay. We just flip it like a pancake, and you just want to massage it in. See what we're doing here? To be honest with you, I'm not sure that these palette knives are the best for this, but I feel like I'm covering more surface area with them. Being a little bit scientific for you because I have a huge brain. Okay, trying to bring you along with me. A little quest. We flip it again like a pancake. Okay, and we just massage that oil into it. As you can tell, the paint likes it. Yes. Okay. Because this is very good oil paint. It's very good pigment, and I do not want it to go to waste. We're just massaging it. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip it again. I'm trying to think if there's, look, if I used a Mahler, let me show you what I'm talking about. Oh, please tell me. Okay, it didn't drop. Where are you? Ooh, I even have aluminum stearate, which I can mix into it, but I'm not going to, so I'm going to try to use this paint. It's honestly, oh, wait, here it is. This is a Mahler. I just don't want to press too hard. See, this is the Mahler, and I could really press into it, but I'm not going to do that on this palette because it's wood and I don't want to break the palette. You have to press hard. Normally I have a glass slab, but I have my setup, literally like my computer setup right on top of where I would be doing this, and so I mean, it would be a huge ordeal trying to, like, I have to literally clear everything off. So I'm just going to mix it. This is how you do it on a palette, because you can still do it, but it just takes a little bit more time. Personally, my biggest annoyance with videos is when people don't talk. Don't get me wrong, I like watching stuff, but I like to connect and hear more about the artists than watching them create. The only time I'll watch people create is if I'm trying to study or copy what they are doing. But keep all this in mind, as this is just me personally. Well, that's why I talk to you, is because you and I think way different. But you give me ideas, I'm like, that's a good idea, and I didn't think of it that way, which is why it's good that I talk to you. If I talk to the people with the same mindset as me, it's helpful only to a point. You don't even want to know what that looks like. I want to hear it. I'm more of a podcast listener, so I probably don't fit into the norm. Okay, we'll get this, guys. You'll be surprised actually at how quickly this starts coming together. You just you have to work it some here. I'm gonna push this over this way some so you can see it a little bit better. Go over there, right there. I can't push it too far because it'll just it should be okay. There we go. So you just massage it in, keep on working. And like I said, you could use the molar if you want. So if I was using the molar, essentially what it would look like, and you guys can see me here, I'd be standing up, all right, and I'd just be grinding it around in circles like this. And then what I would be doing is taking this and scraping the paint off and placing it, scraping it off, placing it back down. And I wouldn't do the whole batch all at once. And in fact, that probably is something that I shouldn't have done with this, but it's okay. I'll still get it done because I'm a professional. So this is how we do it. Being very sparing because there's still some oil there, so I'm just trying to massage this stuff in. There we go. Just break the paint down. This one's better. This is a little bit stronger. I'm just trying to crush that oil into the paint. Crush the paint into the oil rather, right? There we go. Let's get a little bit more oil. So we just incrementally do it. And guys, this will be worth it. And then I'll tube it for you. I'll show you how. That'll be probably more fun to watch than this, but okay, just a little, not too much. You always want to do less than you think. Less than you think. Now, some paint requires a lot of oil for it to actually be malleable. Others, if you put a little bit of oil in, it goes a long, long way, and it could become too watery if you put too much. Like if you put even just a little bit in, it's more sensitive to it, right? It absorbs more into it. Others, it's I'm not exactly sure what causes that, but. Yeah, we'll just work in smaller sections here. I think that's the way to go. There we are. See this, look at this. And this is actually, take my word for it, it's not, it doesn't have like little hard pieces. It is clumpy right now, but once the oil, it's like skyrocket a piece, catapult a piece. Once the oil gets absorbed into this paint, it's going to be so much nicer. Gosh, this paint is so stupid sometimes. There we go. So take your time with it. You know what? Guys, let me try something here. Here's what we're going to do. Let's try this. We're going to try this. I think this is stupid. But if I put this right here, it should be okay. No, you know what? No, I'm being stupid. I'm being dumb. I'm not going to do it. I was going to use the molar on this. I do not believe that would be prudent. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Screw it. Okay. So this is what we do. I think it should be okay if I put the pressure here. All right, so that's like working 50 times faster. All right. So, you see, I do the stupid stuff and I get it out of the way for all of us. That's essentially what I've just done. Okay. It's stuck to the palette. 1 second. It's literally stuck. That's how you know it's good. Now we're just going to take this in here and we're going to wiggle it around, twist it just a little bit. Oh, come on. Yes. What we do, we take this. Look at that. See, this is nice and smooth now. See? It's still pretty stiff. That's okay. It's okay. I've never done this on my palette before. I don't recommend doing it on your palette either. But look, you see that? This is much nicer, see? We're going to be able to paint with this. This is going to be great. Look at the difference between the two here. This and this. And the cool thing about this, this will still go in a tube. And if I want it, if I want to, like I can paint really thick with it or I can paint thin. It gives me the option. That's why I don't like putting a lot of oil in at first. This has been years since I've ground paint, to be honest. And I made this, like, well, I bought the pigment. And it was dry, you know, I added oil to it, did my thing. It's funny, we have the colors here. Okay, let me put a paper towel down, I'll just lean this. No, I don't want to lean it. Let me get a little bit more oil, give me a sec. I mean, look at this. It's pretty cool, huh? Oh yeah, the smell. It actually smells kind of like a cross between licorice and watermelon. Interesting. I like the smell. It's a good smell. I mean, that's pretty good. This is pretty good right here. But I'm going to make it actually a little bit more liquidy, just a slight bit. Don't fall. Just a little bit more. Where's the oil? I was using this. Why don't I just use... This is the fresh stuff. Ah, crap. It just went all over the side. I knew that would happen. I still did it. Why do I do this? Oh, dang it. Okay. Again, if you just started watching, don't do this on your palette like I'm doing. For various technical reasons. I'm not doing it where I should be, which is I have a grinding table for this that I constructed myself. All right, so I'm mixing this in, and then I'm going to use the Molar here, this, to grind this paint, and then we're going to retube it into a fresh tube. Because this, it was, obviously, it just wasn't working. Let's do this. It's going to be impressive. Like, I have my colors laid out here. I'm still just keeping in this one area. And then we're going to finish the painting today after this. This is actually going to help a lot because the reason why I'm doing this is I mixed a color. Let's see, y'all can't see it. There's a darkest dark that's right here that does not come as dark as this can go. This is whole. That's what I call it. It's whole, my carefully constructed and crafted, well-beloved black paint, which I use, and it's like a hole on the canvas, or in this case, the palette. Okay, so getting into this again. Careful not to. There we go, just Just flatten it out. And really you want to do like just a little bit at a time. You don't really want to do a lot. Okay, that's probably good. You know what? I should probably have an apron as well. I really should have an apron. Let me get an apron. It's funny how this kind of turned into a paint grinding, retubing experience for all of us here. But look at this. Dude, that's so much. Look at that. You see? See? Yeah. This is much better. And it's not dry. It's just, it might have might be a little bit like, you know, chunky, but it's not like, it was never totally dry. If it's totally dry and there's like chunks of dry in it, then you don't want to use that because that will come out in your work. But this is actually quite smooth, which I like. I like that. So normally what I do, I take this and I place it over the side, but I think what I'm going to do in this case is just, I was going to say I'm going to tube it, but one of the disadvantages of tubing it straight up is that I might grind parts of this more than other parts, and I want it to be consistent, so I might actually just set this aside somewhere. I might actually break out my other palette and just put it there. Okay, let's do that. And I'm going to break out just another palette just temporarily to place the paint on. Then I'll bring it all back there and I'll mix it together. Okay, there's a spot. Actually, let's see if Rose's palette will be cleaner than this. All right, Rose's palette. Hello. She doesn't need to know. Got it. All right, this will work. So we got her palette right here. This one. So we're just going to take some of this, put it off there, and I'll just put it right on there. There we go. And so then the idea is after this, once I just put this over here. If there's other people in the room, never put it on the floor. I remember Aaron Pavlis, my friends walked over Daniela Estona's palette, and she was a feisty little Italian woman, and she was pissed. Whew, I was afraid of her. He was, his face went white. He walked. Actually, no. She walked on his because he left his on the ground. She got pissed. She was like, Aaron! And she was so mad. Actually, I would have been pissed, man. You knew better. Okay, let's do this. We'll do this in twos here. Do this. And this should go a little bit faster now that I know what I'm doing with it. Because before, if you recall, I was just mixing with this. Don't do that. I'd have a molar, but you can mix with the palette knives if you want. It's just, obviously it takes a little bit more time. And you do want to grind, you want to take little oil, very little oil, and you want to spend your time grinding it in, and you're going to have a better quality. It's going to drip down the side, I know that, but, oh shit, that's too much. 1 second. Put some over here. Right there, just stay there. Okay, that actually might be too much. That right there. It's probably good for both of them. Here's what we're gonna do. And mix it in just a little bit here. Oh, I said I was gonna get an apron. I think I have one. All right, this is like, oh yeah, come here. Well, this is a clean apron. I don't want to ruin this. Where's my other one? That's a nice looking apron. It says Firenze on it. I'm not gonna ruin that apron. I'd rather ruin my clothes. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I don't need it. Let me just see what you guys are talking about really quick. He stayed over at his friends. It was customary to offer their wives, and his friend would check in the morning to make sure he had a good. Wait a second. Honestly, found the conversation interesting until he started getting into how in his country, when he stayed over at his friends, it was customary to offer their wives. Does that mean what I think it means, or am I reading this wrong? And his friend would check in. Wait, he stayed over at his friends. It was customary to offer their wives. Wait, I don't understand. Oh, dang, you are right. I should have mentioned that to him. He was very nice, just said some stuff that was a little bit uncomfortable. Wait, they would share their wives? Sounds pretty gross. Okay, that seems like that's where it was going. This is my stop and got a different ride. That's pretty gross. Or it tells that story. Who is this? Because I can't scroll that far up. Yeah, who was that? Yeah, agreed. It's just because I don't want to hate on someone else's culture, but it becomes quite a lot when it affects women's rights and values. Did you feel threatened, Clara? Say it with me, kids. Culture is not your friend. No one is free of culture. I'm threatened by the culture, but the creep factor. No, I didn't. He seemed nice and respectful, just sharing his thoughts and experiences. I try to be open-minded as much as I can. That doesn't mean you have to be like stupid though, right? Although when he mentioned that he was looking for a white woman next, I very much included I was married. It was my Uber driver who took me to the airport yesterday from Ghana. Stop. Clara, just because it's in somebody's culture does not mean that you need to accept that. It's called being principled. And it's okay to be principled and have principles and to have standards. That's actually an okay thing to have. Okay? So I might actually. Here's the thing. If I need more paint, I'll just take some of that. There we go. This is fine. We're going to use this for now. There we go. All right. So we break it up with the palette first, the palette knives, and then I'm going to go in with the Muller. Here, stand. Normally I do two hands, but I really don't want to press too hard because this is my palette. Don't want to break it. It's my massive strength. So this, you see, I added too much oil, which is okay because this is why I'm not putting the other paint that I originally mixed in first. I'm not going to put them in separate. I'm going to, after all of this is ground, I'm going to clump them together and just mix them so everything will be nice and even. So it should even out some. And you know what? This level of oil to paint right now is acceptable because this is, it's darks, and normally with my darks I keep them transparent. Now if this was white, let me back up. Normally with the darks, I keep them thin so that the paint, the darks recede, and normally I keep it thinner and try to make them transparent. That's why it's okay that I added a little bit too much oil into it for my liking. However, and this might not be too much. It might not be. We have to see. But if this was like white, then I would probably, if I had the pigment, add a little bit more pigment and grind it into it. So let's see how this looks. Back down. Just take this. I'm trying to keep this within y'all's view right here too, because I know it's like my camera's set up, set at an angle and stuff. Just make it so, oh shoot, this is kind of falling out. That's not good. Let's bring it in some. There we go. It's okay if we lose a little bit of paint. Right, there we go. So look at this. And it needs to be ground a little bit more because you can see it's a little bit clumpy, and that's okay. It's normal. Normally it takes a couple grinds. It's not just one grind. But you can see the difference here between this and what we had before, right? Normally it takes like, 5 or 6 grinds. But the thing is, this was already ground. Even though it looked like hard, it was already ground. It already had oil in it. There we go. And so even doing this just with the palette knife makes it a little bit smoother, which is nice. So again, I'll be painting my painting. I'll be probably finishing it up today. I don't think it should take that long, to be honest. But I did want to have this. I did go over in my head the benefits of doing this. Here's another reason why I probably shouldn't have done this on the palette, though I did clean this, is that this palette has residue on it, and it sullies the paints just a little bit. It might. And so it might make the black a little bit less black, but I still think it's okay. That's why you want to, like, if you do it on, like a grinding table, piece of glass, you always want to go through and really wash the glass, make sure there's no dust, definitely make sure there's no pigment, and that's another reason. And I kind of forgot why you don't do it on the palette. I haven't done this in a while, but just that's something to keep in mind. I do not think it's really going to make a difference with this, however. And if it does, lesson learned. I actually have more pigment, and I can mix more of this stuff. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to salvage this. Right? Okay, there we go. Got this. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. And I'm not going to add any more oil into it. I'm just going to go in and just grind this back in. The goal is to make it nice and smooth. There you go. Son of a bitch. Well, this is another reason why you don't do it on a palette. This is a what not to do video for grinding. This is what happens when you're too lazy to pull your... I can't do it without taking the streaming setup, though. Like, I'd have to take the streaming setup down to show you guys. This way. There we go. Look at that. That's much nicer, though, isn't it? With the larger knife. Let's get this one. It didn't go in there that time, which is good, too. Look at that. Beautiful. A little bit chunky. A little bit right there. Put the rest right here. See some of this off. This should be nice and smooth, though. That's nice and smooth. Look at that. And the stuff on the side might not be as much. Actually, all of this is looking pretty good. Don't worry, I'll clean this after. I'm not going to clean this during the stream. See, we didn't need a lot of oil for this, but that actually turned out quite nice, I think. It's a little bit grainy still. So I'm going to take about half of it. About half. The other half about right there. Just grind this little bit. Just that one little bit right quick. Right quick. There you go. Just grind it. You just want to make it nice. Get all that grain out. There you go. Love the fractal patterns when you lift the glass thing that I forgot the name for. Oh, the Muller Caustics, is that what it's called? Is that a Bob Ross palette knife? Yes, it is. I just watched a video about Caustics, coincidental. Of course you did, man. You're like the video king. Yeah, so I like his palette knives. I think they're really good, but the other thing is it's good to have a variety of palette knives. It really is, because y'all have seen me paint with them before. I like, you know, you have different tools, but also I couldn't find the ones that I normally grind with, but I think these are gonna be, were better anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go and place at least this one on the palette. This shouldn't take too much longer, guys. There we go, got that there. Actually, I'm gonna take some of this stuff off too. This is nice. I mean, this is a good lesson. This is kind of, this is different than painting, you know? Obviously, like we always paint. You haven't seen this before. I mean, look at that. That's nice and smooth, you see? Look at that. And we're gonna have, and then I'll tube it, which is fun. That's fun to do. Let's do this here. There we go. All right. This is working. You know, I've never done this on the palette before. But again, especially, like I cleaned this before. Y'all saw me oil it down, okay? I oiled it down, and otherwise it would get some residue in it, which it might have gotten some anyway, because, you know, when I clean the palette, I don't always clean all the, like all the paint off, all of it. Like there might be a slight residue or something on it that is brown in nature, so, you know, you got to take that into account. Let's back up. Give me a sec. There we go. Okay. It's getting dangerously close to the green. That's nice. Look at that. Beautiful. That is pretty smooth. There's a couple, you know, pieces in it, but that for the most part is what I want. The rest I can work with when I squeeze it out. So I always mix it anyway, like afterwards. So this, and we'll get the rest, and then we'll tube it, and then we'll paint. We'll finish the painting. This is going to be good. Look at this. Zix. Yeah, the Muller. Yeah. That's what I call it, right? I said the Muller. Did I? Bob Ross. He has good supplies, though. That's the thing. He does. He has good. The thing is, I like his fan brushes over the Winsor & Newton ones that I normally get. You know, I'm a simple guy when it comes to paints, and when it comes to brushes, you know, I'm not so picky, and maybe I should be. And I don't have anything against people who are picky, because everybody paints different, and they see different value in different things. I like challenging myself with sometimes materials that aren't like the best, and also I don't think you need the best to create something like masterful necessarily, but it definitely does help, and there is a limit, right? There's a limit. But getting back to it, for the most part, his materials are really good. They're really good. This over there. Okay, I'll show you that palette in a second, but this is actually looking pretty good. Ooh, it's getting too close to that piece. Let me divide this in half. two pieces that will actually go quicker that way. Yes. Okay, so you see how like chunky that is, right? It's pretty chunky. And I'm not really going to add that much oil into it. In fact, there's a chance too that I could have probably gotten away without even adding as much oil as I did. Sometimes it just needs to be reground. Aluminum stearate is something that artists add to the paint, and it doesn't take much, and essentially what it does, it prevents the drying process as much when it's in a tube, and so that's kind of sometimes a good thing to have, and it's very cheap. I have an entire bag. It essentially looks like cocaine. It's not. It's perfectly legal. It's just aluminum stearate. It's just this white powder, and it comes in this big bag. It's incredibly cheap. I think it's like $5 for a giant bag, and it's like, I'll never use that in my lifetime. It's ridiculous. Okay. There we go. Okay. Maybe I add more oil to this one because this was pretty. See, this is now like nice and smooth. It's just a little drier than the batch that we did, so I might just add a touch of oil. Maybe a touch. See, that's much smoother, and I hardly added oil to it, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't need that much oil. It's just sometimes it just needs to be rebroken down. It just kind of dries up a little bit too much. I mean, I'm having a good time with this. I don't know about you guys. I enjoy this. It's kind of fun. Bye, Clara. Clara's funny. Yeah, she's putting videos out, and she's doing a good job with them, I think. And I think, like I keep on saying, she comes from like she has like different ideas about drawing and painting, and not necessarily bad. She's more, like she has a lot of feeling stuff, or I guess I don't, but she's very artistic and artsy type, and so she approaches it a little bit different than I do. But she's doing these nice videos, and I'm glad she's doing them, to be honest with you. I think that will only improve her work, and I think too, I keep on saying this, I personally wish she would double down and just do some bar drawings and get really, really good, solid at drawing, because she has so much potential. But to each their own. Like, I only say that not to like deter her from where she's going, but I know what she wants. I really do, like, I understand her mentality, I really do. And I see how drawing will benefit the person. But sometimes people don't want to do it. Sometimes, and she's kind of doing it, but like, you got to go at their own pace with it. All that aside, I think she would be amazing if she trained. I see technical potential with her, and I'd also love to see some of those ideas she has in her crazy head of hers come to life with proper training. I would love to see that. Like, she'd be so freaking good. Lift, 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 lift. There we go. She'd be so good. And really, speaking of targets, my target is also people like her who, they're very artistic people, and they might glean one or two things from me. I don't know. It's just anything that will help people. It doesn't need to be that, like, if somebody's to watch my video, they need to go in the exact same direction as me. No. I mean, you might hate 5 things that I say in the video, which makes you wrong, but still, you might hate 5 things, okay? but you might find one or two things helpful. And to me, that's worth it, making a video if it helps people like that. Like that's honestly, like I brainstorm my videos, and granted, they like, there's so much I could be doing, like organizing myself better, making them better, and those are the things that kind of I think about, and sometimes, and especially recently, kind of paralyze me. Look at this. Look at that. Here we go. This is going over on the palette. We actually have a lot of paint. We have a lot of freaking paint here. This is cool. And then that one's next, obviously. That's the last one. We've done a good job. Like, we mixed this right here without getting into these other colors. That's a feat. It's a freaking feat. I don't have feelings, you're right. You gotta understand, Lewis, bar drawings are super boring. I agree with you. I agree. But they're also super freaking helpful. You find me something that's like, find me a replacement for it that's viable, that's not compromising. Seriously. The lessons in those drawings, they embody the aesthetics of Roman art, of classical art. They teach people about beauty, what beauty is. And the artist needs to understand. I know a lot of people are like, it's in the eye of the beholder. That's bullshit. And I'll tell you why. Because people like who say that half the time don't see anything, they don't see ugly. Like they don't recognize that when something is ugly and they can't see it. It teaches you how to, it teaches you an aesthetic, which is very important. Oh. There's this. Oh yeah. Let's massage it in. Massage it in. It's so much easier just doing it like a little bit at a time. So what we learn, don't do the whole thing at once. Do it in small pieces, right? Ideally, you don't do it on a palette because it's really hard. Like you saw it going down here a couple times. It's hard to keep it where it should be. It really is. Okay. Try this. Take it from this one because this is a little bit more controlled. Ooh, that might be too much, but that's okay because it'll even out in the giant pile. I'm going to put them on the giant pile in a second, then I'm going to switch the palette out and we'll retube it. If you quit drawing because it bores you, then it's not a good exercise. Well, yeah, I agree with that. I agree, but yeah, true. I agree with that, but there's going to come a time when if you want to get good at something, you're going to have to get past the boring. It can't always be fun. And bar drawings, I'm not talking about doing them forever. Look, I have a horrible attention span, and I found them incredibly boring, but I got them done. Okay? That's why I say it's not for everybody. If you can do them, though, it's one of the greatest exercises. But I think you need to definitely you have to learn patience, and you have to do those things if you're going to get good at anything. You know, if there's something that's better, then I'd like to hear it. I'm not rigidly stubborn with it. Let's put it that way. I'm not. I just don't know of anything that would be better right now. Can I tell when something really dark around the edges? I don't know if y'all can tell. I can tell. Camera takes. Oh shoot! It's falling down. See, this is what I'm talking about. Got a little bit careless. go. A little clumpy, probably a little bit too much oil, but we will see. Just kind of see the progression with it, right? So this is the last little batch that we're doing, and then I'm going to tube it, and then we're going to finish the painting. I'm going to finish this painting. Already that's looking better though, right? I think. Bye, Laura. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Get some work done. Cool. But it depends on the person how much they can do versus making art. Oh, I agree 100% with that. That's why I said teach their own. Like, it's not for everybody. But I'm just saying that I wish that she would do that, that she could. I think she can. And I can see her doing it in the future. She took a class with me. And she did really, really, really good. Like, she has so much potential. I always hope that people can stick with it. I always hope. Because you're right. You're right. Some people, you know, what good's it going to do if they quit, right? You're right. You're absolutely right. That's why I always hope people can stick with it. Ideally, they stick with it. They learn the bar drawing stuff. They get past the boring. Because here's the thing. It's not just bar drawings that are going to be boring later. You're going to have paintings that you're really into. And then there's a part of the painting that you just find so boring. But you have to get it done because otherwise it's going to hold everything else back. You have to have the discipline to work past that. And you learn that in bar drawings, among other things. You really do. And that's what I'm talking about. As an artist, especially in this line, look at this. There you go. That's what I want. Beautiful. Cool. All right, so essentially let's take the rest of this paint and place it on. We're going to place it on the other palette, and then I'm going to tube this paint, and that's a lot of fun as well. I have my tubing knife. I did find that. That's good. I have a tubing knife. Cool. Thanks for being patient. I really do appreciate y'all watching this process here. You know, I figured I was literally racking my brain saying, I need to do this, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to do it on stream. I think it's probably a good thing. You know, it's probably a good thing. That's what I'm going to do. Actually, I wouldn't do this, but if I was you guys, but I'm just going to do that because it's easier to get that paint. I'll add that to the paint and kind of mix it in. That's fine. Okay. Do a little cleanup here. There. Okay. Xerxes! Xerxes, I saw you sent me a text. I need to check in a second. Let's see. Oh, Laura. She gave me a sub. Oh, and she gave it to Bad Check Black, too. That was so nice. The painting I'm working on with the old man with the hands, I've decided I don't like the placement of the hands, but to move them means repainting a lot of the lower half. What do you think? I think you should definitely do it. Those times that I've had to repaint have been the greatest lessons, and there's ways of doing it, and it's not as hard as you think. I'm glad you went through the process. However, how much does a tub of this paint cost versus the time saving this one? That's actually a good question, but I don't know if they make like this. So the grind that I had, Zerx, was like, it was, I bought it in Italy, and I don't know if they make tubes of the paint. But here's another thing. When you buy paint, like when you buy tubes of paint, right? Sometimes it's not ground how you want it. Like I grind the paint to the thickness that I want, and I also put little pigment, like as little medium in so that it won't yellow as much. Like I used walnut oil because walnut oil doesn't have linolenic acid that yellows a lot over time. Granted, it does not bind as much as linseed oil does, but with how I paint, that doesn't matter. Anyway, so I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if they even make those paint, but if it came down to it, like time versus money saved, I don't remember how much I paid for it, but it would probably, I think it's if you don't care about the consistency and what's in it, it's definitely probably better just to buy it in a tube. But I don't think they sell it, this type of stuff. They might. Maybe I should check that out. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this and place it right here for now. And then I'm going to take this and we're going to, this is really sweet. All right, so here we have, look at this. Okay. Now, I'm going to keep an eye on the screen and tilt it down some so I make sure that y'all can see everything that I'm doing. That's actually a really cool shot. This is a lot of paint. To give you an idea, this is my hand. And I actually have a pretty damn big hand. I do. It's like a freaking claw. See, this is information people would like to hear you adding and grinding to your liking. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. It's good to know, man. I agree. See that, and that's the thing. And I have more of an idea of like what people want to hear now too, partially because of these conversations, which is why I like having them. Look at this. Do y'all remember? I mean, all you got to do is just like, rewind, and yeah, I'll turn this into a video too. So like, there's a before and after, which is nice. But look at this. This is nice and smooth. And this is something now that I can like easily, I just got so much more black, and this is good black. This is really, really good black. So now it's time, it's time to tube this. And I'm pretty sure it will fit in that one tube. This is cool. This is gonna be fun. So I'm just like, essentially, obviously I'm mixing it in, just making sure it's nice consistency. And you know what? Let's do this. Just for the sake of it, since I talked about it, let me show you something. I think that I added aluminum stearate to this in the past, but I don't know how long it stays like, is this open? No, not really. It was bagged inside a bag. So this right here is aluminum stearate. And it looks like cocaine, but aluminum stearate. And I got Kramer pigment. Okay? Aluminio sterrato, as they used to say in the old country. See? Okay. So just open it up, and it doesn't take much. I'm gonna mix just a smidgen of this in. Gosh, if I can open it up, man. There we go. I made it like really tight, and it's not. Open up. There we go. All right, so it doesn't take much at all. It doesn't take much at all. I'm just gonna add a little bit to this, and then I'm just gonna mix it in with the palette knife. I think something like this. Like that, just a little bit. It doesn't take much. All right, this is what I use to bag it, or not bag it, but freaking put it in the tube. How do you know what cocaine looks like, Lewis? Because I'm friends with you, Queldar. Suck it! And also you, Zerx. Unfortunately. Oh. Everybody, if they've seen frickin' Pulp Fiction, I think people know. Is it in Pulp Fiction? I don't know. I Googled it. Here. Yeah, it's like this is actual cocaine. I think it's aluminum stearate, but it's not. Okay. I start acting like just crazy. He has a lot of energy. Here we go. Oh my gosh. It just exploded. Forgot it would do that. I'll be honest with you. It really doesn't take much. I probably didn't even need to put any in because it's not going to dry. Well, you know what? It did once, so how do I know? I was going to say black is something that I use much more than other colors, so I would run out of the black before it would dry. And oil paint, especially when it's tubed, does not dry that quickly at all. It really doesn't. Just mix this in. You want to be thorough about it, right? Historians find cocaine in Muscadet's paintings, which were definitely worth studying 50 years from now. There we go, look at that. Exploded! Nose candy. Cocaine is a great binder. There we go. Dude, this is nice. Look at that. And this is, like, before, honestly, when I was painting with Hull, it was so hard to use it. It was so hard. Because it was just, like, so literally hard. I could not frickin' move it with my brush or palette knife, and I really had to mix it in. But this is gonna just be so sweet. All right, that's probably mixed. Good enough. Okay. So now that we have that, let's do this. There we go. This one. I probably should have done it on this palette. I probably should have mixed it, like, I could have put it like over here. Y'all can see it better. Damn it. I don't know why I don't think about these things beforehand. Okay. We got our cocaine knife right here. Okay, we're just gonna wipe this clean. Okay. I took a phone call and you're still reconstituting the paint. What did I add to it? Did you see me add anything to it? If not, you just missed something glorious. Okay. So what we do, we make sure that the top is on firmly. Essentially just take it. Okay. And what I'm going to do, so we have the top, we have the bottom here. I know it's a little bit blurry, but you're just going to have to deal with it. And what we're going to do, we're just going to put this in, kind of scoop it out. Okay. So let me move this up so maybe I can. Yeah, it looks better if, like, from this angle here. I think it's probably a little bit clearer. Put it in like that. Here we go. And the idea is all of it in here. We kind of shove it down, and I'll show you how to get the bubbles out. It's not rocket science, honestly. You just kind of tap, kind of drop it, kind of do this, and the paint will settle down. And these tubes are like maybe 50 cents or something on Jerry's or Ramen. It's not much. They're not much at all. You don't want to do it too much, because if you do it too much, this part kind of like goes up into it. It's like, you know, you have like this ring kind of like, it just flattens, which you don't want. But it normally happens with like larger tubes. Like this is a smaller one, and it happens with larger tubes oftentimes because like you have more paint in the tubes that weighs it down, and so it like slams down into it and then crushes the top. Technically, that is why it happens, yes. Here we go. Got this. Look at this. Boom! There you go. All right. Yeah, you are, Quellar. You are. You're watching paint dry. Walnut oil early on, right? Okay, so walnut oil, but you see this like cocaine right there? I added cocaine to bind this. It's actually aluminum stearate. That's what it was. You add aluminum stearate, and it's a slight binder to it. It doesn't require much. But that's what I added. That's pretty good. Okay. All right. So one of the keys too is not to have like something overhanging here, so that when you do this, it runs down the side. That's just very important. It's not annoying, is it? Immediately made it worse, whatever. Randall, what's up, buddy? That's it. Good. And you can't really tell, but it's not even filling up this whole tube. It's like, it's probably about this far. So at this point, what we do, move this over some so I can show you. We're going to, first off, I need to see where it is. Okay. So I'm essentially squeezing this shut where I think the black is. Okay. So some is going to come out, which is okay. I'm just going to use this. I'll use this on my palette. That was like a lot. That's okay. I'll use this. I'm going to put that on my palette right there. But we have, like, there. We got that much. And this is nice, juicy black that we can use. Look at that. All right. And then what we do, I'll show you what we do. Take this, and then we take it and just kind of flatten it. Press it flat. Press it flat. Press it flat. Okay? And then I'm going to take it, I'm going to wipe it. Get it as clean as we can. And then kind of just move this here. Can you see it here? No, that made it worse. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we just take the edge and we just fold it. Fold this edge like that. It's like 100% crooked. Just do a better job than I did, okay? There. And we just keep on folding this. Keep on folding it. See that? There. That's it. We wipe it off. Alright. And then what we do, we simply take a pen and write. Dang it! Aha! We simply take a marker and we write what's wrong with this thing? Black. Okay? Stupid thing. That's how we do in the hood! Alright, so now this, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put on my palette and I'll use that for today, which is what I wanted. So all that, we got this out of it. We salvaged a lot of, this is really good pigment though. Normally, okay, so normally if it was like another pigment that I was using, like my normal black, I'd just throw it out if it got like that. But this stuff was good stuff. I didn't want to throw it out. So just gonna, for now, I'm just gonna clean this, wipe this up just a little bit. I'm gonna clean this later just with soap and water. And, but I'll do that obviously off stream. But yeah, there's like, honestly, like I said, any other pigment, I'd probably just, I would throw it out. I wouldn't do that for a regular pigment. This stuff is really damn good though. I mean, really good. So there we have it. That's how we do a little grind. And this stuff, we're gonna get to painting. All right. And we're gonna do something amazing. It's gonna be magical. I'm gonna do something magical today. There, and then let's take that. Okay, so I'm going to take this here. It's a lot of black. And we're going to place it right there. That's the dark, dark. Black, 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 black. It's really black. I probably could have done a better job, like I'm not getting all that stuff. Like I probably could have kept some of this in the tube, but it's still gonna work. It's gonna be okay. I'll use a lot of this today anyway. And then I have black all over my hand because it's right there. So just be aware of that. That's pretty much it. Reason number 50, not to do it on your palette. There we go, that's fine. I did a pretty good job considering I didn't do it on my grinding table. I'll just put this here for now. Can't forget. Yeah, it's whole. I was saying, I'm gonna catch up here. Always sounds too formal to me for some reason. Yeah, when I hear Randall, I think I'm in trouble. What do you like to be called, Randy? Someone said it was a good name for a police officer. Lewis, is that black or whole? Yeah, it's whole. Did he give the recipe? If you guys want to get some shopping done in Europe, now's the time. Are things like really cheap or something? Hey, so, yeah, Randall, like, the whole, I'm pretty sure can be bought at Zecchi's Art Supply Shop over in Florence, Italy, but they have an online store where you can order it from, and so if you order the black, ivory black pigment, I think that's it. I think that's the one. I'm pretty sure they still sell it, but I'm not quite certain. I'll have to look into that and perhaps order some myself and test it out to see if it's in fact the same stuff. But aside from that, man, all I did, and I'm gonna turn this into a video where you essentially, all I did was, I took it out of the tube because it had dried, and so I just added a little bit of walnut oil, ground it in with a molar on my palette, which I don't recommend, but I did. And then I added a little bit of aluminum stearate just for educational reasons. I didn't need to do that. Aluminum stearate's a binder that will help it last a little bit longer, but I didn't need to because I'd probably end up using it before it was dry anyway, I think. But of course, I did not do that before. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go wash my hands, okay? I'll try to be really quick. And then we'll get to painting. walked in, like the first thing I see is this like this bag of aluminum stearate, which looks like crack on the ground. Ooh, it's kind of coming out. Oh my gosh, there's a puncture! Duct tape. It's not working. Oh gosh, that's stupid. I'm doing that really close to the painting. Give me a sec. Okay, this should do it. That's fine. I'll just throw it back in there. Set. We are ready to paint. Oddly enough, we are ready to paint. I'll put these right here. What's this one? There we go. Mixing the phthalo green with alizarin crimson, it makes a black. And when you add white, it's either purple or red purple. Add more green and dark green, gray, very dramatic. Ooh. So you did alizarin crimson and phthalo green. I'll have to try that. I don't have phthalo green though. I do have alizarin crimson. Making shadows for a flat looking portrait. Oh, that same portrait of that woman. Still using basic colors, but hopefully one day I can explore more. Excellent. Okay, so let's get this going. I'm just going to work the edges a little bit. So what I'm going to do today, I'm just going to work the edges up a little bit. I'm going to fix the shoulder, and I was thinking of probably bringing out the background all the way. So that I can put a frame on it, because though I like this, I don't know, what do you guys think? I'll zoom it out and I'll ask you again, but I'm kind of thinking that I want to bring the background all the way out. So I'm essentially just going to touch some things up today. I think the face is pretty much done. I'm just, like I said, I'm working some of the edges. There we go. That's nice. Down, that down, go, this down. All right, Queldar, take care, man. Thanks for coming. Yeah, my goal is to get this done pretty quickly, actually, because I don't want to spend all day on this. I need to wrap this up, and I always get too anal with things. And my goal with this painting, even though I've worked it, is not to get too anal with it. I'm trying to get this done smoother. Smaller brushes with this. There we go. That's it. Actually, it looks okay. So I'm oiling out some of the edges like very lightly, just to see, because like it looks a little bit cut out around the these darker areas, and the reason why it looks that way is because sometimes in some places the paint's sunken in and yet the background is freshly painted. So I'm kind of using oiling out to also to bring the background into the edges, if that makes sense. Which you can do, you just don't want to do too much. So, take some of this. See, all this is wet, so I can't really touch my hand at the painting. I don't think I need to. There we go. That needs a separate value. There we go. So we're just working the edge. It's just taking a little bit of time. It doesn't take that much. I'm not like really squinting at this stage because I'm choosing not to. I could, but I'm trying to get solid detail down, so I have the impression. I'm just trying to maintain it. I'm not going to change it. This is looking okay. That's iffy. Looks okay. Turn. Leave that brush stroke. Okay. Whew. Nope, wrong one. And so I was just putting finishing touches on a couple things just to make things pop. That totally did not help at all because I accidentally put some dark down, but that's okay. We're gonna fix it with this perfectly placed brush stroke. Immediately made it worse. Flip the brush, hoping that's gonna help. It didn't. Go back into it with a very light light. So let's see if that helps. Squint. Open my eyes to see what I did. Squint again. Kind of works from a distance, which is okay. Step back. Don't want to overmodel the fingers. Let's try to put a little bit more color in the tip of the finger at the top. Top hand. Really push it. If this is too much, I can always bring it back down. It's highly saturated, so I might bring it down just a little bit. Bring some light into it even more. Looks a little bit better than it did. It's really glowing, which I kind of like. Let's go into the face just a little bit. That's what we're looking at for now. Yeah, let's go up into the face. Yep. And so we're just going to work the edges of the face, and then I'm going to expand the background out just a little bit. We're going to lose main camera just for a split second while I adjust it. Move that up some. That was a nice shot. There you go. 1 second. Zoom in, zoom in. Focus. It's focused. All right. And we're back. That's it. And we're going to throw that background down after this. Probably switch cameras to do that. Larger view so you can see the whole painting all at once. Cool. Now, here. Actually, I'm going to work with a small brush. Even though I prefer doing big brushes, for this would be a little bit better using a small brush right now. Just going to get a little bit of walnut oil, just a little bit, not much. Kind of wiped it off a little bit on the cloth. I'm going to come in, y'all can see this, yeah. Come in with the face, because for me this is looking sunken in around the cheek area. Now, I am putting this on very sparing. I'm really not putting that much on at all. All right, Hammy, I'll see ya. Take care. Thanks for being here. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. All right, so this paint is wet, so actually I'm gonna try to dry brush and work this in just a little bit because I think that will actually work and turn the cheek into the hair, which it is kind of doing. But again, you don't want to like overdo this. I'm really trying to make sure that it's thin, there's not a lot of oil in that paint, because otherwise it starts like dripping, and that's not a good thing. I've had that happen before. Not fun. All right, just kind of making the brush a little bit moist on the end. And this should be a little bit drier, so I'm going to kind of work this edge into the wet edge, which is the hairs, the wet edge I'm talking about. Just a little bit. There we go. This is actually wet. I'm just going over it with this brush just to soften that, because you want it to recede. If you open your eyes, you can see everything is sharp. But, you know, in paint, you want to get that illusion. So you're going to have some edges that are soft, which are going to contrast the edges that are sharp, like, you know, up in the face, make it pop, make it look more three-dimensional. Ooh, okay. So that's actually looking pretty good. I mean, there's stuff all over that I can continue working on. But I don't know how much I'm really going to do. I'm just going to work maybe for another 30 minutes, an hour, see how much I get done, and then just call it probably on this. Let's go in, make this green. I'm gonna come in kind of with the edge there and soften that edge because I don't like how that's looking. It's not a good design choice. So, kind of soften this just a little. So I'm just working these edges. I'm not trying to do like giant big strokes, right? I'm trying to work these edges. This should be nice and dry, so I'm just going to brace. Paint slowly. That way we can get a nice solid brush stroke. And then I'm going to blur that line too so it kind of fades out some. I'm going to blur it. How am I going to do that? I'm going to take some of the background, some of the hair shape, or rather color, mix between the two, heat it up just a little bit to add some color so it's not going to look grayed out. This probably won't work. And then I'm going to slightly just caress this outside layer just a little bit. That, and then I'm going to go back over it with a slightly darker version and heat it up just a little bit. I heat it up, I mean just add a little bit of red. Kind of blend it in with the background just ever so slightly. Totally didn't work, but it will. Go back into it with some hair color. There we go. Soften. And then I'm going to go back in with the background, so it's kind of a back and forth motion. Back and forth. Tap, tap, tap. Just a little bit of oil, but not much. Enough. There you go. Now let's try this. Go over this. So essentially, you got to get both sides kind of wet, and slowly work the hair. There we go. That's how you kind of blur the hair out just a little bit so that it flows a little bit with the rest. And I screwed it up, but that's okay. I'm just going to blend into it. It actually works. I like that. I'm going to darken that bottom part just a little bit so it flows down. This is how you work the edges in paint, in oil painting. There you go. That's a little softer. Now that flows a little bit better. But it kind of dips in a little bit in one spot, which I don't want it dipping in, so I'm going to fix that. Which is right here. Bring this up some. That's step back. That looks good. Looks okay. Do that, and then that's fun. Right. And then there's this one spot. This right here, I want it lighter and I want it greened out. So I'm going to make a lighter green. It's going to mix with that slightly, but it should create the right color. This is for the hair. Let's go back over that again, except slightly lighter because it blended with it. Slightly lighter. This is a little bit greener. Actually works. That's what I wanted. Just a little accent to draw your attention down there, not much. It's fine. It's okay. Little accents here and there. All right, and then we have, let's work up the hair just a little bit. I'm going to go in with a slightly larger brush. All right. okay. Okay. Let's bring some of that light over. Make it warmer. That's okay. That is good. It's looking okay. Just okay. Modeled. Are you turning the corners with a color of middle value here? Yes, yes I am. Like so, this was a middle value turning into this dark right here, and then I brought some of this middle value up in here to have some repetition because that value was also very similar to the background, but I'm not sure it's really working. And when I say that value was similar to the background, I mean the value was similar, not the color. That's why I don't think it's working. I think the color, I could do a better job with that. In fact, that's what I'm gonna do. Let me go back into, use the background brush here. And maybe do a cross, maybe add a little bit of warm into it. But make it lighter, see if this works. So I haven't done this yet. See how this works with it. Bring this up here. Do a fade. Yeah, that works better when I add a little bit of warm into the background. Because the background I was essentially using, at that point it's ultramarine blue and cadmium yellow. Just a little bit, and I'm going to darken it. Just darken that just a little bit. So these little touches at this point go a very long way in a portrait, a very long way. And that's why it's worth taking your time to do it, because essentially this thing, there's a lot that I could like really push. I could really keep on pushing the edges. There's a lot that I could do still with this, but I'm not going to. I like some parts, I like leaving them a little bit sketchy, which is nice. But I could constantly push this. I could constantly keep on pushing this. This forehead, I lost some of the form there. Let me fix that. That is something, you don't want to lose form though, that's the thing. It's the difference between leaving something looking like, kind of like, that's a cool effect, but then having it anatomically incorrect. You don't want the latter. All right, so to fix that, I need to go in with an actual value. So yeah, for the most part, I'm working with values, and I'll do a slight degree of blending, but it's on a much more subtle scale, because we're talking about edges. This is hard because this is all wet, so I can't really rest my hand. It's a little bit better. Let's stick with that. All right. You don't want to overwork this too at the same time. Okay, I can do a little bit better job here. Let's go in with the small brushes. So I'm going to mix mid-tone. Do a combination of the background color, lighten it up with cadmium, and then add some red to it. And then that's what's going to make this turn, maybe. This should be able to blend with what I have underneath. If not, then I'll just go back over with the dark. Oh, crap. Dang it. Did you see that? Didn't mean to do that. Squint. It actually looks pretty cool. Fix that. I know some painters don't paint the shine, but the base color, I'm trying to do both, and it isn't working that well. You can try. The more you do it, the better you're going to get. Let's darken that. Let's take a combination of the two. It's actually not bad. Just need to bring that down some. Very soft. That's pretty sweet. Now, I'm gonna work on this transition just a little bit. Let's go back into it with this dark. Not bad. I like how that looks. See, that's smooth. It kind of starts turning back now. Let me work. I want this to pop forward, so I'm going to feel like a little bit more three-dimensional, so I'm going to add a little bit of light to that top piece, which is actually, it is there. Is there. So we add just a little bit of light. Solid. We're going to fade it back just a little bit more. Maybe we'll do that by just a little bit of the brush. Let me get a darker value. I'm going to green it out, and I did that just with alizarin, or just with ultramarine blue. It's kind of nice. Darken it a little bit more. Really smooth. Darken, heat up. Heat up just a little bit. There we go. Bring this up into it. Oh, that looks good. That's really good. Let's see how it looks on stream. Yeah, it looks pretty good. You see that? Like that. You can design the hair this way. It's pretty sweet. You just take your time, work it up. Now, in reality, this is a little bit flatter down. But I don't mind it like popping out a little bit more. That it actually works still. Just a few touches. Yeah, it is. Isn't it cool? Sometimes you don't pull it off, sometimes you do. But you practice and you hopefully get better every time. Hopefully get better every time. Could always do it better too. You know, I could always feel like I could always get it done better. I never feel like I did a good enough job with something. Let's work on, oh, let me just fix a little something there. That's what I meant to do. Having the best standards equals the best painting. 90% of the work is used on the last 10% of the painting. I guess so. I don't know. Like, you know, when you dip your toes into social media, like I am, as a classical painter, you're confronted with having to sacrifice quality for entertainment and you know, quantity of content you put out. And I do need to put stuff out, but at the same time, I'm trying to juggle with the quality of it. So yeah, at the very end, I think it's very important to not give those standards up. I think overall, you want to have very high standards for work. Right? There has to be a niche for that. Every time I try to sacrifice the quality of what I'm doing, I never sleep good at night. I just don't. I always feel like I failed. I'm like, you could have, there could have been another way. Maybe I didn't do it, like maybe I'm not doing it right now. Maybe there's definitely better ways of doing things, in other words. But I'm all about trying to stay on the right track, and so that's why I'm trying to strive for quality. At the same time produce. And so it's a challenge to do that. And it requires you getting better. It requires me getting better. But like the questions you all pose to me all the time really help me out a lot. Like, cause you know, you probably know this as an artist, as a painter, you know, when you work by yourself, you don't always think of everything, right? You don't always think of everything, and you need people kind of to bounce ideas off of, to give you ideas. And I think that might be one of the keys. If you want to do quality work and you want to get better, a community like this helps. And I personally enjoy these streams. They don't hold me back. I think they actually make me better because I have to do things the right way, because I know that even though I don't have a lot of viewers right now, and that's okay, I have you guys, and you guys hold me to a standard, and I need to you know, maintain that, right? It helps me to think about these things. It really helps to think about these things, right? sense. I like how that kind of goes into the cheek there. Because I'm sure I would have more followers with I could knock out a painting every 3 days, but I can't do that. So Randall, you know what's interesting? So I do look and see. I want to soften this to make it turn, because that's popping out too much to me. Sometimes I look at channels and I think they deserve the viewers they get. I think YouTube does a very good job of that for the most part, unless they're like suppressing people, which they do sometimes, right? Because of beliefs or opinions, they do that. And I don't think that's right, but I think most of the channels deserve the viewers they have. And a lot of the channels that do those quick videos that put stuff out that's, you know, like really quick, and they have decent content, they don't have high viewers. They might have 200 videos out there and they only have as many subs as I have or something. So there's channels like that. So quantity doesn't always, you know, mean you're gonna have a lot of viewers. It doesn't always mean that. But when you get into this, like myself, and I'm not an expert with this stuff, and when you're not an expert and you don't know what to do, you find yourself struggling saying, I want to do quality content, and you want to be genuine about it. You don't want to do content only for getting views, because then it's disingenuous. And I personally, like, just like with painting, I don't sleep well at night if I know that I'm doing this for the wrong reasons. That's why I say I'm trying not to worry about viewers and all that stuff. I'm trying to do what I feel like I need to do, my gut, right? And it has to be reasonable. You have to, like, you can't just do whatever you want and expect a result, right? If you're not doing what is required to get that result. Like, you have to have common sense, in other words. You have to be practical about things. And have a direction, what have you, but I think it's very important to, as an artist in general, to maintain like quality. I really do believe this. Just gonna put a few marks there, and then I'm gonna shape them out with the brush. On an artistic level, if I reduce the quality of content that I'm doing for the sake of getting videos out, I'm going to become a worse painter for it, and I know that from experience at this point. You as a painter, you know, like, I mean, the best thing you can do is to push yourself with your drawing, continuously get better with painting, and try to find live models to learn from and to work from. And obviously continue, you know, tuning in here, because I think this goes along with kind of what you try to do. And I know I'll give you good advice, right? This is in fact what you are trying to do, this type of stuff, to an extent. Or somebody like me who's doing this type of stuff, somebody who's showing me this type of work is very important. But we have, you know, like, we have a solid community, which is kind of cool. Granted, we do need to grow it. I might be getting a little bit too detailed there. I don't mind it so much. I might kind of leave that. Let's work up top there, just a little bit. I'm gonna fade it out just a little bit. That's what I want to do. So we need to get this, the head needs to recede back. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna throw the background in. Oh, I gotta fix the shoulder up, fix something up here, and then I'll put the background in, which should go fairly quickly at that point. So to be honest with you, it's really not gonna be that much longer of a stream. It's gonna be pretty quick. Oh, but this stuff, you got to go with your gut with it. But you also have to think, unfortunately, about like the direction. You know, if you're getting into social media, the direction you're going to go in, and all right, so this is going to be kind of cool, I think. Just fading this out. I don't know, man. It's like it got to the point where I felt like I was doing things for the wrong reasons. And your work and the content suffers because of that. And it's just, it has to be better, right? Like if you're trying to do something good, that's better than trying to get a quick video out. And I'm not saying that, like, I need to, even at this level, I need to be producing quicker. Okay, so I'm not saying that I shouldn't be, or I'm not making excuses about it. I'm really not. Like, I personally think I should be producing more than I am right now. When I first started Instagram, I heard you were to post every day. That's why I see so many selfies and food shots instead of paintings. Rose is looking so good, tiny and tinier brushes. Yeah, I know. And so with tiny brushes, you can still get away with it looking like a big brush effect, right? Except in areas like this, I might have gone too far. I might kind of loosen that up some, but like you can still get that effect. Because you can, like, instead of like doing with like painting like this with just a point, you can turn it on its side and kind of rake it so it looks like a larger brush stroke. And so there's little tricks you can do. It's just like, you know, it's the same thing with large brushes. You can make large strokes or small strokes with large brushes, and you can make large strokes with small brushes if you know how to wield it. All right, it's kind of sweet. That's why I love limiting myself to a certain degree at times. See, Laura, I think, is going to be very good especially if she sticks with things, because I think she has a really good mentality. I know there's a shadow here, but I can't really help it right now. I really believe she has a very solid mentality on, like, making content. It's just a matter of finding stride, which is the same with me. She and I are kind of in the same boat, but she's a little bit further ahead than I am. And I'm going to soften the inside line just a little bit as well. Oh shoot, something caught. Oh, I see what I did. Just accidentally picked some paint up. To go back through and repaint that. That's unfortunate. Let's go back through, repaint this edge. There we go. One more pass. Let's go for that just a little bit. Okay, so about that value. Add a little bit of yellow because there was too much red. We just need to fade it out so that the attention, it draws less attention. That's what I'm trying to do. It's just a little bit too sharp. There we go. That's quite nice. There we go. All right. Before I start overworking that, let's move down. I have something to do on the neck really quick. So move this up. This should look better as well once I oil it out at the very end. The face is a little bit matte. Okay, that part, okay, I see what I need to do. I'll also work the shoulder at the same time. There we go. Yeah, I like that. I like doing highlights like that because it's not real, but it works painter like as a painting effect that pushes the painting forward. So hands could be painted better than I did. That's okay. Do it better next time. I tell you sometimes I do disappoint myself with certain things that I do. Yeah, it's another language. You are correct. See, you are correct. You are 100% tile. Correct. That statement of truth to the face. You're correct. It is a language. It is a language, and it takes time to learn. Blah, 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 blah. It does. There's nothing, that's nothing you can probably see that needed to happen, but it needed to happen, and I see it, which is important. Okay. Reload player. We're still streaming, right? Sessions at 3 hours. Can you still hear me? We are. Okay, good. It must be browser. Let me just reload this page. I don't think that's going to make a difference. There we go. Okay, we're back. Wasn't sure if we lost it again. Like we did the other day. Okay, I'll work this in a little bit better than I did the last time. Oh, come on. Okay. Now, to make that work, I need to work up around that area just a little bit. Cut it. Stars. Huh. Huh, 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 huh. Huh, 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 huh. Interesting. Now what's going on? Yeah, I'm working on it. I can fix this. Give me a sec. This program for some reason just shut down. There we go, that's it. I don't know why that happened. That never happens. Oh shoot, and let me adjust this because I think I've been working on something without you seeing it, and I apologize for that. Let let me adjust something really quick. Okay, I think that's it. And then, yeah, I think I was. That was my bad, Randall. Sorry, buddy. There we go. Okay, this should help. There we go. Should be better. So now, as you can tell, I'm kind of just like putting some marks down here. Sorry, that was my bad. You know, sometimes I forget to move the camera around. It happens rarely, but it does happen from time to time. These little marks, yes. And then it's gonna be cool, man, because once I fill this in, it's gonna look so much freaking better. Like, fill the background in. Which I could have done in the beginning, but I wasn't sure I wanted to. Hang on. Yeah, right. Okay. All right, man. Take care. Have a nice weekend. Thanks for being here, Randall. I appreciate it, man. Take care. go wrong with this setup? Oh yeah. Peggy Hill. That's all right. Oops. Interesting. Testing, testing, testing. Works. Okay. There we go. Careful. Okay. Actually see what I'm doing, which is nice, very helpful. Dougie Jones. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Mic back on. Just wrapping it up, doing the finishing touches. Which always take longer than I think it's going to take. Always. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. I try. You know, it's off a photograph. I prefer real life. I do. But, you know, for the sake of convenience for a stream, makes sense. Yeah, I've been working on this. It's been about almost 10 streams, I think, this one. And, you know, I got to the point where I said I just need to wrap this up. I don't want it to go on forever, but you know, you want the work to be as high quality as you can, and yeah, definitely you want it to be alive. That's always a good thing. Always a good thing. Always a good thing. Dougie, if you ever want to catch my streams, we have a Discord server and we have a small community, and everybody's really nice, so you're welcome to join, man. I always update people when I'm going to be on. I've been on like about 3 times during the week. Well, this week at least. So I try to be on as much as I can, just do my studio work, because this is what I do for a living. So so I really enjoy streaming it and you know, chatting with people as I work. So we had some more people in here earlier, but kind of dies off. Some of them live overseas and they have to get to bed. I don't want to overwork this, which I tend to do sometimes. I always tend to overwork it. In fact, the first part of this stream, I retubed this black because it's actually a very good black that I mixed a long time ago, or ground rather. And I was kind of stuck because I was like, I need that black, but I can't get it out of the tube. So I had to, I had to cut the tube open and like regrind it with some oil. It was kind of interesting. I haven't done that in like, I don't know if I've ever cut a tube open and actually got in the paint out and reground it before. I don't think I have. It was kind of fun. Let's see. This. It's looking pretty good. I just don't want to overdo it. I think I'm pretty close to being done. I know I'm doing a lot of moves like brush strokes right now that probably don't pick up as well on the stream, but I am doing them. Let me do this actually. Let's get some reds down around the hands to make them pop. Probably call it quits, maybe. Let me try something. Do you sometimes make your own color with oil and pigment? Yeah, so not as much recently, but like I've mixed, lead white. There's a very good cadmium red that I mixed, and I have some grind for it. In fact, I have it. Here's the cadmium red right here from Zecchi Art Supply in Italy. It's quite nice, this stuff. And so I have a tube of that, and the black is actually also from Zecchi's. And so I grind it. In fact, here's the Muller, and I was using it earlier. And I'm going to make a video on it too, actually. I'm going to turn part of the stream into a video, the YouTube one, but this is the Muller that I used to grind with. I kind of wish it had a longer handle, but it still works. And so I essentially ground some oil into it. And but yeah, and the reason being, like I said, it's good paint. If it was like a normal tube of the black that I use, which is decent black, I use Michael Harding's. If it was just a normal tube and it was dried up like that, or stiff, it wasn't like totally dry. It wasn't like, like hard. I wouldn't have bothered with it because it's not worth the time. But this was because it's really, really, really good pigment. I ground it like probably 10 years ago, but I haven't really used it that much. I call it Hole because it looks like a hole on the palette. It's just like this ultra, ultra dark black, which I just love. For some reason, I haven't used it the last couple of years. But I figured I'd use it for this painting, and so when I was trying to get some of it out, it just wouldn't come out. I was like, this isn't good. So I was actually, for the first part of the stream, a couple hours ago, I was wrestling with myself thinking, I just want to get started painting. It's great. The second cam is frozen. Okay, let me see if I can fix it. This happens sometimes. I don't know. This stream has been kind of like a little bit weird with freezing. Like the main camera went out at one point, and it doesn't normally do it. Normally it's pretty good. Face cam. Let's see what we do here. Let's try to restart this Epic Cam. If it doesn't work, it doesn't really matter. And then Elgato Face. There you go. Maybe. Did that work? There we go. We're back. Thanks for letting me know. Anyway, forgot what I was saying. Yeah, I was struggling like the first half of the stream, or not half, but like in the very beginning. I was thinking to myself, I really, if I'm going to be doing the touch-ups of this painting, I really need that black. And I used some before. That's generalized. That doesn't look good. I used some before, but I could only get a little bit out. It was just hard as a rock after, but it was still it was just gummy. And I actually got it to a really nice consistency with it. So I'm glad I did it too. I was like, well, I might as well show people how to do it. But I didn't use my grinding table. I did it on my palette, which I don't really recommend. Because, if your palette's dirty, sometimes you'll spoil the paint. But I think I did a good job with it. There we go. So, essentially right now what I'm doing, I can zoom in too. Let me zoom in for you so you actually see what I'm doing. Sometimes I have it zoomed in, sometimes I have it out, but I'm essentially, I don't need to do this, but you can get the effect of a glow if you put a dark warm value. If you put a dark warm value along a very light spot. So for example, the fingers. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right, so you're gonna lose the camera just for a second. Just for a second. Let's do this. Straighten. There, that looks pretty good. All right. Okay, and zoom in. Whoops. Just focus it. Okay, I think that's good. Set, and then you'll get the camera back now. There we go. So like along like the sides of the, or here, I'll show you 1 second. It's kind of a cool little trick, but you don't want to overdo this. All right, so essentially, I'm using the maul stick though. I got to be careful with this. So like there's this deep, dark, rich red here that I'm kind of putting along the edge, because when you step back, it'll blend in and it'll make this seem like it's glowing, and it'll make this hand pop a little bit more because of the color. Yeah. And so, and the background, I made like a really deep, rich green. I don't know if you can really tell. In the stream, it looks more black, but it's actually like I used the really deep, dark black that I mixed along with some ultramarine blue and then the cadmium red, or I'm sorry, the cadmium yellow. And that makes like a really, really, really deep, dark green. So it like maintains that darkness that we like, but it also has color, so it just like almost glows. It's really cool. And so then that contrasting the red that I'm putting on gives a really cool illusion of light. And let me just get a little bit of the form back in the finger. I can mess this up, but then I can fix it, which I always do. I always mess things up and then I fix it. Dips just a little. There. Fade it. Should fade. Those fingers could be painted better. I could always do better. See, honestly, this is like, I try not to overwork things. And I don't think I am overworking it, but it's magic. Yes, it is. It is. It's really cool. Yeah, I don't know what you can see with it. You can kind of see it. You can kind of see it. Because I don't have like a gamer setup where they're like, I have like 3 monitors. You know, I have a laptop. That's all I can have in here for now. So I have to like lean in old school to lose. Okay. So normally I'm working with like larger brushes. But these small ones, obviously I need this for this. I guess I could do it with a large brush, but I'd probably paint over the hand, the fingers. Maybe I put just a little bit here. You don't want to like go overboard. I've seen, 1 second, I can't breathe. I've seen like paintings, they do this, but it's like too much, and that's like the focal point. When you look, that's the first thing you see. You don't want it. You want it to be kind of like you pick it up after you've been looking at it for like a little bit of time. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So I'm trying. So because I've been on, like I'm not, obviously not a big time streamer. I just started streaming on Twitch, I think maybe a month ago, but I was on YouTube, and I do videos for YouTube, which I really enjoy doing, like instructional ones. But I put humor into them because I find like this stuff can be very dull sometimes. Like it's really good information people have, but sometimes it's just a little too dull, and it doesn't need to be. So I've been working on, like over time, I got a better lens, which really helps. And I've been trying to really work on the quality of the stream as well. So thank you for noticing that. Because this is important, you know, like this type of work eventually, it's the visual arts. You want people to actually see what you're doing. And so sometimes I'll put like a color filter or something over whatever I'm working on. Like sometimes I might lighten this up so you can actually see the marks that I'm doing, but it's probably not too necessary right now. So I might go in and, one second, and go back in with the dark, but I think this is pretty wet still because I painted it like a day or two ago. So it's kind of already blending in, because you don't just want to put a mark down and like keep it there just dry. But that actually looks really good. Like in real life, that looks really good. If I step back a little bit, it seriously looks like it's popping off. Now, granted, it's all drawing. I could always do this better. You could always do it better. All right. I don't know if I want to go. Okay, wait. Just a little bit on that tip, and then it'll balance it off. This tip, this area right here. Didn't get close enough. It's like really meticulous. Try to see. Sometimes if that's dry, which I don't know if it is, sometimes I can rest my hand there, but see, all this is wet. That's why I have to use this. It's a challenge. I know my hand's kind of blocking it. I can't help that right now. There we go. Whoops. I just chopped off part of the finger. I'll fix that though. I'll go back into it. There we go. Okay, and soften that edge. This is still a little bit wet back there, which is quite nice. There you go. That looks good, except I did chop the finger off, so let me fix that. Fix it. Brush. This one. Yes, come here. It's hard to say when it's finished. Yes. Yes, you are correct. I have a painting that I put in a church that I told the priest, I said, I need to repaint the face. Because I saw this, like I saw the face after some time, I was like a little bit embarrassed because I had to make the face up for various reasons. And I thought it looked good at the time. I spent a lot of time with it. I'm not bad, and sometimes I do pull it off. I didn't pull it off. I did not pull it off. And I think I had worked on it so much and was trying to get the painting in that I kind of rushed it. So even after it's up, I'm like, I got to take this back. It's horrible. Okay, wait, this is not the right color. Let me fix this. Right here. But yes, it's very hard to, I have a hard time with it. I'd love to say, yeah, the trick is, and then give you the key to painting, but I can't do that. Okay. Okay, I got it. That's better, much better. It's very subtle. It doesn't stand out too much, which is good. I like it. Kind of fades in the back. The wrist, however, that. So here, I'll tilt that down some for you. Let's do this. I'm just going to give it a little bit more of a joint. It's these little subtleties here and there. The thing is, it's done, but I'm not just. I just keep going with this. It's pretty much done. Let me just fix that joint. I can do that with a small brush. Do it with this one. Like Leonardo, who's always going back on paintings over and over. Exactly. And you know, it's funny because earlier on, with like I said, we have a really nice group of people, and there's a lot of them were here earlier in the stream, so we were having a good conversation. One of the things one of our friends Clara brought up was, or it was her or somebody else, and it doesn't matter, but one of us had brought up that like there was a meme of Leonardo da Vinci presenting the Mona Lisa, and he's like, after 4 years of hard work, I finally have finished this painting, what have you. And then it shows like today, somebody posts on, or somebody's like fretting because they haven't posted on Instagram for like 1 day and shown like a finished piece of work. And which is, it's funny, and it's just a different, so that might be too much actually. Work this in just a little bit more. This is too warm, so I'm gonna have to bring that down some, but I'm just fixing the joint right now. That is incorrect. 1 second. Anyway, the mentality that we have to finish stuff all the time, which, and I was saying it's tricky because, I'm not, like, I'm on YouTube here and stuff, and Instagram, but I'm not like a huge social media person. I never have been, and there is the temptation when you do this type of work, like whether it be on stream or if it's trying to get your channel going on YouTube. There's this temptation of posting quantity over quality. And I struggled with that for some time because obviously this work is very in depth. And so I settled on the idea that I'm going to try to strive for the quality over the quantity, just because I sleep better at night with it. So it's like Leonardo da Vinci and like other great painters and not so great painters, but who have pushed art forward, or really done like classical type of work. It's time consuming, and it requires like a degree of discipline, and it's hard, it's very difficult, and you have to take your time with it. Now, granted, at the same time, sometimes it's very beneficial just to get something done, right? And so last week I kind of did that. I was painting on this, like I said, about 10 sessions or so, and this is going to be the last one. But I was painting on it and I just started cropping up where I was just feeling like I wasn't getting anything done. I was kind of painting in circles. And it was because my mentality was just like, I was just getting way too anal with it, which is what I do, right? A lot of painters have that problem where they get too tight with it, and they start cramping up because they're trying to be a perfectionist. And so I forced myself to do a painting in 1 day, just an alla prima, and just like put kind of crazy colors in it, which, is different. Just have something done just so like you can get it done. So just psych yourself out, like play a mind game with it, you know what I mean? So that's what I did, and it paid off, and then I was able to go back into this and work a little bit more loosely because of it, which is quite nice. So there's value in painting both ways, and really going, Jesus, see, I'm starting to tighten up again, but there's value in taking your time And then I think there's value in getting quicker work done, but for the sake of getting better so that you can get good, so you can improve your quality work, right? You don't want to just like, I don't think in this line of work you want to necessarily get in the habit of always like throwing stuff down and being, yeah, you get it. There you go. So anyway, it was a fun conversation. I mean, I think I could constantly work on this. I don't mind there being some brush stroke to it. This is pretty much done. Smart light, this is it. It's pretty much done, man. So do you do any art yourself, Dougie? It's too light. There we go. Don't let the rhythm of social media dictate the way you work. That is actually a very wise thing to say, my friend. You are absolutely correct. I agree with that. That's okay, that's fine. Then maybe just a little bit over here. Yeah, maybe this is... That's fine. Don't want to overdo it because I can definitely overdo this. But I'm not going to. Oh, yeah, so I was asking if you do any artwork yourself. Yeah, this thing. That's pretty much maybe underneath there, just a little bit. Yeah, still up there. Where was the brush though? Oh, there it is. Okay. This is the one. That's fine. Actually works. That's good. Okay, so let's. I'm gonna zoom this out, and you can see exactly what this is. And I mean, it's pretty much done. Put this. It's pretty much done. Just want to zoom this out really quick. Quick. Back. Where did I have it? Maybe lose main camera just for a second. Give me a sec. Let's bring this back some. Oh yeah. That's it. This looks good. 1 second. There we go. That looks pretty good. Whoops, wait. Wait, set. There we go. That's fine. Just make sure this does not fall. It does seem like it's about to in a second. That's it. Okay. That's it. That is the painting. I've been trying to learn oil painting because I love painting just to understand the masterpieces I admire. Excellent. Excellent. Well, you know, I help people out, and I mean, my thing here, like this is oil painting, and it's not through classes or anything. I stream my work. That's what I do. I stream my work and I make YouTube videos. And we have the Discord community, which, like I said, I'm building up. And people, you know, you can post your work. There's, you know, you can ask for critiques and all this stuff, and at no cost. And so this is, you know, pretty quality work, and I'm, you know, I want to help you if I can, you know. So you're welcome. Like I said, you're welcome to join the Discord. The link's below. So like you can join if you want, and just, you know, it's not like, you know, there's no classes or sign up or anything like that. It's just streaming and YouTube videos and stuff. So it's all free, which is nice. Which I want to keep it that way. But yeah, man, if, you know, of course, if you want, you know, and we have people who are trying to learn oil painting as well. And this is the like classical / academic style of painting, which is nice. You know, it's old school. It's old school. So oftentimes I'll go through and articulate what I'm doing as well. But yeah, let me know if you need any help with anything, or, you know, let me know questions. I'll try and answer what I can, and if I don't know it, I'll be upfront about it and try to learn it for you. Just gonna do a couple touch-ups. Hopefully that won't fall. Yeah, we have like a really nice group of people. They're just really laid back, really cool. And there's one guy from Kosovo who's like 16 or something. He might have just turned 17, but he's trying to get into the Florence Academy of Art, which is a really nice school. And so he's like really into just, you know, like the fine art and really, you know, painterly method and stuff. You know, very academic for learning. So, you know, and we have a lot of very enthusiastic, very funny people too. Very laid back. Very, very laid back, which I like. I want to keep it that way. Some characters, I'll tell you that much. There we go. Yeah, because I mean it's tricky. It's tricky learning how to paint, and especially there's so many different ways and methods you can learn and stuff. So But it's cool because when I first started painting, I didn't have, there wasn't as many resources, like online resources, as we have now. So now there's a lot of good information out there, which is pretty sweet. So I'm pretty much done with this. I'm just putting a couple finishing touches on it. Oh, cool. Yeah, no worries. That's totally cool. But yeah, if you ever need help, let's see. I mean, hit me up on Instagram or, or you could post in one of my YouTube videos, which is essentially my name. Just type my name and you'll find it, and I always read the comments. So if you ever need help or anything, or I'm on stream here, obviously. So I'll try to, encourage you, help you out however you want, whatever you need. I do want to help people, especially who are trying to figure out how this works. I really do enjoy doing that. This thing, it's darker. This is the one I was going for. So darken it some. There we go. Probably I'm going to stop at this point so I don't overwork this like I always do. Though, there's one thing I see that can really improve this. Doing. Looks okay. It looks all right. Soften this just a little bit. Darken that top piece some. It's fine. Okay. Let's soften this just a little bit here. Soften this. And then I'm going to sharpen underneath. I have to go national celebration in France, but I hope I'll see you soon. And again, I love your work. Thank you so much, Dougie. Take care, man. It's too sharp, too sharp, too sharp. Soften that just a little bit. There. It's fine. Get back into it with the light. Correct. This piece right here. That works. That's fine. I'll see ya. Bye, Dougie. See ya, buddy. Okay. All right, guys. For those of you still here, thank you so much. I think I'm going to call it. And I should be streaming, if not Friday, I should be streaming next week, starting Monday, probably Monday, Tuesday. And thank you so much. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend if I do not stream Friday. And y'all take care. Bye.